ameguzwa leo atuombe. Nani ameguzwa ama ni so that you introduce yourselves. Anybody who was not there yesterday but came today or was there yesterday in the afternoon and were not able to probably know about?
I work with Auntie Nand. I'm the branch accountant in Mombasa. Asanteni.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. So we'll go through the program for today. I believe we all have in our mails. Kindly just open it up. I'm supposed to be. There will be a very small change. Immediately after recap, I will come in and just brief all of you about the technical working group as the chair, so that you understand our journey and understand what we've been doing up to now. It will be a very short, it's not a presentation, just talk for probably an hour, or a minute, sorry. Just a minute, not an hour. And then immediately after, we'll bring in our moderator who will take us through the first part of today, and that is the practice. The theme is practice. So we'll start immediately, but we'll start with the innovation and incubation and information and awareness by Lillian Wambua and Eva Kimani. And then we'll also go for green entrepreneur. That will be done by Albert Wambugu, Mr. Albert. And then waste to value, it will be done by Asma Awad. We'll take our tea break at 10 to 10:30, and that is for all of us. And then immediately after, we'll have the Vince Recyclers. It will be facilitated by Sarah Njau, and it will be online. So we'll need to pay attention because our online participants will also give something. And then immediately after, we'll have the panel discussion. And then we go for our lunch. When we come back, there'll be a reorganization of the room so that we have the exhibitors with us. And then we'll go through the exhibitions. And then immediately after, we'll come back to chat our way forward. And then have our evening tea and a closing remark from Waziri. And that we will call a day. So thank you so much for coming back again. Yesterday, the sessions were very interactive. And it was quite informative. I believe today will be more than yesterday. So karibuni sana, and allow me to invite I invite Henry to come and lead this session. Karibu, Henry.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Good morning, everyone. I believe we're all good. We had a restful night. Yesterday, we discussed quite a lot, ranging from policy and partnerships. And it's our hope that we are getting value for traveling wherever we are coming from to participate in this sector dialogue. So I'll take the next 5 minutes to just try to assist us recap and point out the key outstanding issues that were raised yesterday, or your key take-homes for yesterday. So I just request us to reflect and point out the outstanding issues, either in policy. You saw the presentations from the county government, from NEMA. Then on partnerships, there are a couple of presenters ranging from the Jumuiya ya Counties of Pwani, Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers, GIA, JICA, and then the rest, the associations, Likoni, Waste Recyclers, Cooperative, the presentation from Comrade, and the rest. So I don't know how Lucy wants me to do this, but I would prefer if we went round, but I'm seeing that taking quite some time. So we can get maybe 3 people maximum to just give us the key highlights for yesterday's sessions. So any volunteers? Gerard?
Thank you. Maybe I can set the pace, and probably something that I said yesterday, but I would like to echo it. From yesterday's conversations and discussions and presentations, there is need for the team that is seated here, because we are all players in the sector. We come up with interventions, maybe as we think on new projects and any engagement that we'll be working in terms of our different organizations. We look for interventions that will help in research, especially in matters of employment and job opportunities in the waste sector. So that such research and findings can help to make decisions and probably policies. There was also some necessity for data management. I don't know how, but I think probably we can initiate engagements on how each and every county can at least have collection of data in terms of waste, sector, employment, and such, and this information can be combined or populated at the same at a one kind of dashboard, where if you want such information, you can go straight to that dashboard and get that information. So that was my take.
Thank you so much, Gerard. I think you've brought views of so many others of us. So we can get the last 2. Myra.
Morning, everyone. I think Alexandra raised a question concerning, so what would motivate waste managers to register? And then during the course of the discussion, especially during the panelist, Mr. Kaineka provided an answer when he said waste managers are already starting to benefit right now. So it was really nice that the question was raised, say, early in the morning, and then as the discussions went around in the afternoon, there was a solution that was found.
Thank you so much, Myra. Maybe the last one. Yes, Anthony.
Good morning. My take was on JKP's presentation. They mentioned that they have a knowledge sharing portal which we can utilize to share best practices and replicate best solid waste management methods that have worked in other places. So if this can be open to all of us or relevant programs which are in that area, can be very good.
Thank you so much. I can see we are alert. I now feel that everybody wants to say something, but I want to appreciate us. We are keenly following. So thank you so much, and allow me now to return the mic to our MC for today. Lucy Karibu. Asante.
Good morning once again. Yesterday, a few people wanted to know how TWG started, so I felt it was important that we talk a little bit about the TWG so that we can also encourage more members to join us with the team. The team is really, really active, and allow me to say the journey, talk to you about the journey. So our journey started from an invitation to attend a workshop for stakeholders engagement on drivers of urban form in Mombasa under the Mijibora project, and this was held in Diani in February 2021. So the Mijibora project, other than aiming to facilitate learning, co-generation and co-creation of knowledge among policymakers, urban researchers and other stakeholders, it also aimed at providing up-to-date information on the status of city system, on solid waste management, water supply, transport, and urban flooding and sea level rise. So the objective of the workshop then was to identify the role, the challenges, and the relationship of key stakeholders in addressing the main drivers of the urban form in Mombasa. Secondly, it was also to elaborate on the establishment of an appropriate and inclusive framework that will guide future engagement of stakeholders transitioning in Mombasa into a smart city, transitioning of Mombasa into a smart and sustainable city. It also resulted. It is as a result of this meeting that a way forward on the establishment and the constitution of a sector dialogue, TW, based on thematic areas that we were given several thematic areas that the dialogue started. So in June 2021, we held our first Mombasa Plastic Management Sector Dialogue, and the theme at that time was towards a circular plastic economy in Mombasa. And the objective of this was to host a sector dialogue for key partners and stakeholders to discuss the plastic waste management in Mombasa. And then also create synergy among plastic actors in the city of Mombasa, share experiences, achievements, research outputs, and governance effort for the purpose of charting a path to circular economy and environmentally sustainable city. And lastly, also to create awareness on effects of plastic on people, ecosystem, and economy. So after the meeting, now from this sector dialogue, there were several concerns that were raised and that needed also to be actioned. And this include one was the policy currently exists that what policies currently exist that support or complicate recycling operators in Mombasa. And I remember when Kainika was presenting, there was a lot of issues about the waste collectors, and also the whole system being frustrated by the counties, and also being and the licensing being a challenge, and so many things. And then another question was what opportunities are there to create financial incentive for yard shop operators or waste collectors. Those things were answered yesterday, but again, this forum was supposed also to create that opportunity for us to bring in the county together with anybody dealing with this waste management. And then another question was, what can we do to develop external market to increase demand for plastic waste and support price stability? And then the fourth one was, what ways do we have to reduce transport costs, licensing requirement or levies? And then could we build a plastic recycling plant in South Coast that is within Mombasa County, and then with baling or shredding facilities. The sixth one was an opportunity exists to improve waste collection infrastructure, and then the seventh one was to how can community be made aware about recycling and importance of waste collection. So during the different deliberations that we had as a technical working group, the following were the actions that were needed. One was to develop a policy and regulation that would enable support recycling. The other one was a business loan to create economic security, opportunities to youth, civil societies, organizations, and waste collectors, and also improve waste collection infrastructure, create community awareness, and create community forums. The forums were also very important. If you listen to what the presenters were doing today, yesterday and today, it is almost aligned to our actions, that everything that we had requested, we had wished for, every discussion that we held, those things were addressed by our meeting yesterday and also today. It's only a matter of us improving on whatever has already been done. We now have some policies in place, but we also agree that the policies probably are not as aligned as we'd want them to be. We already have regulations also. Again, there are those ones that have been made at the national government that we need to adopt as Mombasa County. And the one thing that I really appreciated was having the equity guy here because of the aspect of business loans to be able to support the waste speakers and anybody within the solid waste management, should I call it fraternity or society. And another thing that I also wanted to discuss is about the way we have brought the county and our partners, that is the non-government organizations, together with the county to work together. And Kainika said something that also struck me most, that this is the only county, I don't know about the others, but the only county where you have government and stakeholders sitting in the same table and discussing about issues that affect them comfortably and also doing something about it. Our TWG has been able to do so many things that has made it easy for people now to come back to Mombasa and put the investment on solid waste management. And I'm not only talking about solid waste management because there are other thematic areas that had TWGs. We have the transformative river, where Bamburi Cement is assisting us in making sure that River Mtopanga is now, it can be actually recognized as a river, and also it's clean enough to be, the water to be used. And there are so many other, there's also the port city, and there's so many things that are happening within the different TWGs. But we are concentrating on the plastic one because this is one thing that has been like a challenge for us. And given the fact that 9% of the waste that is generated in Mombasa is actually plastic, it is something that we can do something about it. So that is what we've been able to do. And we also developed our TOR for our TWG. We have the different people who hold different offices. I'm the chair, and then we have Mr. Alex from WWF as the co-chair, and then we have Eva as our secretary. So Eva is here, at least Alex is not here, but Eva is here. So just raise your hand. Yeah, we don't have a treasury because we don't handle money. Yeah. And then we also have the other members who are also part of our TWG. So with all of us here, the chair position was given to the county to start off, and then it is a rotational seat. So by December, we should be able to have somebody else to be the chair by its own consensus. So if they decide that they want to leave it within the county for another term, then we can continue. But if the technical team decides that they want from probably the non-state actors, then we do our elections and then we have the team. So the TOR are well spelled out and every member knows what they're supposed to do. We also developed our work plan, and this is how we did it. We decided that because each one of our organizations are doing different things and they have them in their work plan, why do we have to reinvent the wheel, yet we already have activities that are being done by each of our different organizations that are in the TWG. So we say, like, for example, the first quarter, which organization has an activity, then we go and support that organization to make sure that, now if it's from the county side, we encourage people from the county to attend that function. If, for example, Eva has an activity, we all go there to support, and then she meets her goal. Then we go to hand in hand, we go to WWF. There are those ones that escaped us, yes, and then those ones that were able to comfortably all attend. So that is how we made it easy for each one of us to participate. Because had we developed another different work plan, it would not have worked for us. So we're just actually riding on the different activities that each of the organizations that are represented in the TWG are to do our work. And that has made it very, very easy. So thank you very much. Anybody would want to join us, I believe we'll sit as a team and look at those ones who will bring out their names, the organization that bring out their names. We vet them, and then you'll be invited, or you'll be told what to do after that. So thank you so much for listening, and I wish you all the best. And thank you so much for coming, because this is the second dialogue that has been organized by the Plastic Technical Working Group. And we are proud, because yesterday we were seeing numbers and people interacting, and we were like, oh my goodness, this is really nice. So thank you so much for making it fun, wonderful, and so educative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. That is our able chair, Lucy. I think she and her team are the ones who are organizing this dialogue. So I think we need to clap for her again and the team. Yeah. So Lucy only forgot to introduce me because now I'm running the session for today. And we have only 3 presentations. I wish the program was shown there. We have only 3 presentations, and I would like us to take the time that is allowed so that we can have an interesting discussion session. You saw how important it is to interact with the presenters at the end of the session. So we will request somebody to alert us when it's 1 minute to the end of time. I can see there's some nice red. Joshua Mannan. The red, hand in hand. Eh? Collins, you will be our red card. Eh? When 1 minute is remaining, you will just stand up and the person will know that things are not good. Yeah. So we have very nice presenters. We are now going to the practice. Yesterday we learned about the policy, and then we went to partnerships. Now we are going to the practice. What are people doing in the right direction as far as solid waste management is concerned? We have Lillian and Eva. They are going to take us through an interactive session. We have merged 2 presentations, and that will take 30 minutes. And then after that, we shall have Albert coming in to give us another presentation for 15 minutes. And a representative of ASMA from WWF will come in. Then we'll probably have an online presentation from Vince Recyclers also to open the avenue now for the afternoon session, which will be exhibitions. So without much delay, we want to have the first session run by Eva. We are giving you 30 minutes. Yeah, thanks. Collins, Daka Salasin, yeah?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Now that we are in practice, I'm having to have you do an exercise. So I need you to start counting 1, 2, 3 from here. No, okay, so each person. Thanks, Albert. You deserve a high five. Here you go. Well done. So each of us needs to take up a number between 1 and 3. So I'll start from here. Doctor. Richard? Three. Please don't forget your number. Now, at the back. My apologies. So this is 3, 1. Great. We have a perfect fit. And before I do that, I'd like to introduce the team that we work together with at Boost. So I'll ask Rosalind to stand up. That's Rosalind, that's our curricular developer and also trainer consultant. We have Lillian Mambua, who's to co-facilitate this session, but she's decided she wants to do the back end, which is the innovation aspect, and she runs our innovation programs. So please don't forget your number, and I'll ask Rosalind to then now assist me in regards to all the number ones. Take up one table at the back there. Number ones. Number 2 as well, another table. Please don't forget your number. Kainika, I hear you already. Number 2 and 3, please proceed to the back as well. So. Did we forget our numbers? Okay. Did we already forget our numbers? 3. All right, so I'll hand over to Rosalind to facilitate this session.
Okay, now we are around our tables. Don't forget your number, number 1, number 2, number 3. What I will ask you to do is to just read the cards on the table without lifting them. Just read all the cards on the table. And start now seeing for your organization. Which one can you say that actually applies to your organization? And when I say organization, I don't mean the work you do, the organization where you're working. Which of those cards applies to your organization? I give you 2 minutes. I am seeing a table that is organized. They're already going round to make it easy to read. Rather than stretching your neck, you can walk around the table. Okay, you have read all the statements around your table. Now, quickly start picking as many cards as possible for your organization, okay, that apply to your organizations. And if you're from the same organization, you can now be a team. Pick as many cards as possible that apply to your organization. If you're from the same organization, you can be one team, you know, so that you have more cards. I can see Hand in Hand are in one place, so you can be one team. I can see WWF are in one place, you can be one team, just around your table. Does your organization have a green team? Are you carpooling? Have you switched to good lighting? You have minimized plastic use. You have a diversity, inclusion policy in your organization. Pick as many cards as your organization has. There is a table that is almost finishing all the cards. There's another table, cards are not moving. Group 1, your cards are not moving. Group 1, your cards are not moving. Pick what applies to your organization. If it doesn't apply, just leave it on the table. Pick what applies to your organization. Wow, group 2 is doing very well. Group 3, almost. Does your organization have a green team? Okay, now, okay, have we finished picking the cards? Now, let me get your attention. 1 minute. 1 minute, let me get your attention. Okay, now, the next instruction is that in your table, okay, which organization has got the most cards? No. Yes, it's true. Maybe they took them fast. But then now, the next thing now is to discuss among yourselves and see which organization is actually implementing the cards that they have picked. The next thing is, I haven't finished, Ahmed, I haven't finished. Then now, in each table now, after you've had that negotiation, because we are here doing partnerships, so we are trying to negotiate, you will decide amongst yourselves, the different organizations per table, to make a presentation for the entire table. So you first need to agree which organization is doing the most of all the cards. So you'll end up swapping or negotiating, agreeing. Because now you have other organizations per table, then now you will pick the best organization in each table to represent your table. Have you followed? 2 minutes of negotiation in partnership creation. And there must be evidence that you're actually doing the things you have picked. The cards that will not be used, you place them back on the table. The cards that will not be used, you place back on the table. 1 minute. Finish your discussion. 1 minute. The cards that are not being used, place back on the table. Okay, who is the presenter? You have your presenter per group. Which organization is presenting? Group 1, do you have a presenter? Group 1, do you have a presenter? Okay, let them pick the most cards and which ones apply. The rest they place on the table. Group 2, do you have a presenter? 2 minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute. They're asking for more time. Group 3, do you have a presenter now? Group 3? Okay, 1 minute. Half a minute left. I'm bringing the mic to make the presentation now. Okay, let's see. Okay, now we have a consensus. Group 1, who is your presenter? Group 2, who is your presenter? Catherine, who is your presenter? No. Now I need to get the name. Who's doing the presentation? Finish. The debate is, I only have, my time is up. Group 3, who's doing the presentation? Catherine. Okay, let's have Catherine. Group 1, who's doing the presentation? Henry, please come. Henry, please come. Come with the cards that apply. Henry, please come. Henry, please come. Thank you. Yes, come with the cards. Stand there. Catherine from Group 3, please come. Come with your cards. Catherine, please come with the cards. Thank you. Stand here. And then group 2, who is your presenter? Okay, Hussein. Hussein, please pick the cards and follow me. Yes. Please pick the cards. No, the ones that you apply. Which ones most apply to your organization? And you will have evidence in the discussion. Okay, come. Come. Okay, let's listen to the presentation. Let's hear what each group has to say. Hussein? We start with group 1, Henry.
Good morning. My name is Henry from WWF. So I have a couple of cards here, and I'll also invite my team to assist me. The first that we picked is our organization eliminates use of unnecessary plastics. Of course, we have several projects that are geared towards that, even internal policies that eliminate unnecessary use of plastics. The other one is our organization makes sustainability part of our quarterly and annual company updates. We have quarterly reviews based on our KRLs, or the key resort areas, in terms of greening. So that's part and parcel of our policies. Our organization uses a tool that produces an eco score. This, I think, would probably go to hand in hand, as well as us. I think they've done what we call the eco competitions, and they used a tool to examine and identify green entrepreneurs. Our organization has a sustainability plan, of course, as we also do a lot of fundraising, sustainability in the sense of fostering entrepreneurship even to the informal waste managers through businesses and other skills impacting programs. Our organization encourages and facilitates carpooling. We barely use single, what do you call it? We have program cars that are used by majority of our staff as they work. I'm not sure whether I'm making sense. Our organization implements a green procurement policy. We've greatly eliminated paperwork. So we have systems that assist us in our day-to-day procurement processes. Should clap for us. Our organization eliminates use of unnecessary plastics. Yeah, so I think I'm done unless we have additions from my colleagues. Gerald.
Yeah, thank you. Also, our organization engages employees in environmental activities like the cleanups, tree planting, and momentarily we are having most of the projects that we are implementing are in the environmental conservation aspects and interventions. Our organization also focuses on employee well-being. Just recently, we were cushioned against inflation, which was a good move. Yes, that was the addition.
Just a minute, because you're in the same organization, the two of you. Which organization in particular? Okay, just a minute. Let me first come to them because you might have something similar.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Catherine Muyonga. I'm the communications person at Comrade, which is Coastal and Marine Resource Development, and I'm the one representing Group 3. So what I have here is our organization has green team, which is to mean that most of our team members are using water bottles instead of the plastic bottles. if anything, Innocent insists on not being given plastic bottles when you go for conferences. Then people in the office, we don't buy lunch using the plastic containers. We carry our own dishes to get the food. That's just an example. The next is our organization encourages shift work of employees working from home. Some of us can work from home as long as you deliver what you're supposed to. Then our organization gives to charities and local community causes. So mostly it's giving to local community causes. In terms of buying their mangrove seedlings, we are giving them access to credit through our Eco Credit project, just to mention but a few. Then our organization engages employees in environmental activities. We participate in cleanup activities, the Mtopanga, cleaning the beaches, planting mangroves in the south coast. Then our organization focuses on employee well-being. I think this is quite self-explanatory. Allow me to go to the next. Then our organization has launched and communicated sustainability goals and plans to all employees. So we are in a process of structuring Comrade. I don't think I'm going to talk so much about that, but we are doing it as a team, not just the directors who are developing our vision, mission, and our strategic plan, of which our strategic plan is mainly centered on sustainability and resilience of coastal communities. Then our organization has started an environmental sustainability assessment. I think for as long as you are part of this group, you can remember the Mombasa climate change policy. In it, there was the COVID report. If you remember that, then I know you can relate that this makes sense to this point. Then our organization uses a framework to track sustainability progress and milestones. We are developing a tool to collect and analyze data in Mombasa and also in South Coast in terms of fisheries management. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Hussein, very briefly, I think you have separated, not to repeat what he talked about. Yes, that was the idea. So quickly, in 1 minute.
In 1 minute. Good morning. All of the above. So, our organization embraces diversity, equity, and inclusion in its human resource policy. That's one of the cards. Second one is our organization has been certified or working on certification to promote green businesses and earn benefits such as finance, quality employees, and new customers. This is based on Mr. Green as one of our partners, and as well as Petco. So the next one is our organization elevates its brand and improves reputation by the use of sustainability messaging in social media and website. I think this goes across board on all of us as team number 2. Our organization gives to charities and local community causes. So this especially happens at WWF Kenya, where we're able to give grants to waste managers to undertake plastic waste management, and other sectors such as energy and fisheries. Our organization has launched and communicated sustainability goals and plans to all its employees. That's right, Comrade has done that. Jumia as well, Mr. Green, hand in hand, and WWF Kenya. Our organization calculates its carbon and greenhouse gas emission. This is by Petco. Gathoni, is that right? Our organization focuses on employee well-being. I hope this is on all of us, right? This is on all of us. So ikifika 5 muzime laptop. Yeah? Our organization has a green team. This is, I think, this should be the main theme, because WWF is a green team, because we focus on all aspects, as well as Mr. Green is a green team, Hand in Hand is a green team, Comrade is a green team, JICA is also a green team. Our organization engages employees in environmental activities, planting trees, collecting plastics. Our organization encourages shift work employees working from home. So that reduces your carbon footprint when you leave the house. And you can be able to use more glasses instead of plastic waste. Our organization has done or started an environmental sustainability assessment. This applies to all of our partners as well as WWF Kenya. Our organization has switched to more efficient lighting. This is on WWF as well as Comrade, JICA as well, and Mr. Green Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Give yourselves a clap. The simple exercise we have just done was trying to assess in your organization, as much as you're working in the environment or in the community, we are here to talk about waste, more specifically about waste, plastic waste. But in your organization, what are you doing to be sustainable? What are you doing to be green? And sustainability has got 3 aspects, and that's why the cards are color-coded. Green, the green cards were talking about environmental aspects. That one, I think they all went very quickly. The yellow cards were talking about social aspects. This is where you're talking about your employees, the communication, working from home. And then the blue cards was talking about policy and governance. Which policies and governance structures do you have in your organization to keep you sustainable? You know, are you doing an assessment? Are you recording this? Is it something that you're sharing with the public? Even as you're going out collecting plastics or recycling plastics, or you're in Jumuiya as a county, is everybody having their own car? You know, I'm going for a meeting, I call an Uber. Another person is going for a meeting, I call an Uber. Another person is going, and you're all going to the same direction at the same time. So how is your carbon footprint? So thank you very much. Let's take our seats.
Let's take our seats. Great. Thank you for taking part in one of our activities as Boost, and I'm going to ask the gentleman at the back. As indicated yesterday, at Boost we are different project partners. And we have Crosswise, MDF, Close the Gap. And the idea around Boost is to equip young people, but then also organizations to address issues around circularity. And we do that through 3 pillars, which is innovation, learning, which is knowledge transfer, and also providing access to affordable ICT assets. Now, the exercise you've done at the back is to give you a hint of some of the things that we do. So once we then establish or assess what your challenges are, in that line, if you have a challenge, then you go to my colleague Lillian to then work out a hackathon or a solution, and we bring in young people or different multidisciplinary actors to then solve that challenge. If you're looking towards training or equipping the young or your organization and your employees, as we've realized, the blue aspect was missing, so the governance aspect. So all of us were mostly taking up the yellow and the green card, but we have a challenge in the governance. Now, then we come in as MDF to equip your employees and your partners in regards to the governance structures and also how you can become more sustainable. So that's the training component. And we contribute, next slide, please. And the next one, next. From a practice perspective, and that's what we were talking about, so we incubate businesses and come up with innovative ideas. So we've ran a couple of hackathon and challenges. Lily, would you like to comment quickly how many challenges and hackathons we've managed to successfully run?
Good morning. My name is Lilian Wambua, and as Eva mentioned, I work with the innovation pillar at Boost, and we lead the hackathons. And what a hackathon is, let me start there, is an event where we bring different people with different skills, with different practices together, and then we present to them a challenge, and then together we co-create a solution together with your organization. Why is this important? First, your organization is addressing a need for the people. And sometimes you might not have the skills within your team to come up with the solution. So this is an event that actually leapfrogs your innovation within your organization. So we've run a couple of hackathons here in Mombasa together with different partners, a total of 12, together with 11 partners. So 11 partners means different organizations that have presented to us challenges. And in those challenges, we've worked with different young people. We work a lot with universities because universities have research. They have young people that are able to innovate and incorporate technologies in the different challenges. And out of that, we've come up with solutions that have eventually even come up and become businesses. Maybe if I can give an example of that is the solid waste hackathon that we had together with Comrade, Blue Economy Innovation Hub, and the Department of Environment last year. We had a couple of solutions that came out of it. Two of them is the root bar. So this young guy is based in Likoni, and he makes fertilizer from organic waste, what we were selling. And from the meeting, I think we were with him sometime in March, he had sold around 2 tons of his fertilizer. And right now he's in the process of getting the fertilizer certified by KEBS, which is a long process, but he's still selling it as he's waiting for it to be certified. Another innovation that came out of the solid waste hackathon was we have a young guy who's trying to create vending machines for water. So he's seen the plastic waste that is produced by the single-use plastics. So he's trying to create a vending machine for water, but then you can use your container. For example, this container, you can put a 10 shilling, and then you just are able to refill your water. If you are somewhere in the city center and you're just walking, and then you have your water bottle, and then your water runs out, you don't have to buy another water. So this solution will be able to make it easier for you to just refill your water. The innovation is still a work in progress, but I know by December, we will be launching it soon, hopefully. Thank you, Eva. All right. So if you have a challenge, please reach out to me. I'm going to be here the whole day. Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay, thanks. So then, in regards to then innovation, from that perspective, then we support young businesses, and out of that, those young businesses then are able to employ others. One of also the examples is Rocker Bags, that then when we incubated them originally, they were about 3. Now they have a shop in Bamburi, and they also have another shop in town. That's the idea in regards to supporting young businesses. And then we also match them on to investors and other entrepreneurs. But even within that, even as we do that, we then equip also young people. There are young people who will come in and they're not into the business aspect. So we develop curricula along that line. So we have a work readiness program that is around soft skills. But even the young businesses that are also coming in get the soft skills. So it's a 2-pronged approach. We develop curricula. As you've seen, we work with corporates and organizations to develop curricula around sustainability. And one of our highlights is a curricula we've actually developed with the National Industrial Training Authority. It's around repair and maintenance of ICT assets. So that is to contribute to the reduced e-waste that goes out into the landfills. In regards to our key milestones, just a quick run through. We've incubated about, I'll start off with the tech end. How many machines? Refurbished machines, let me clarify that. They're refurbished machines. So the other angle, if your company has machines that have not gotten to end of life, please bring them over to Boost at Close the Gap, and we refurbish them and then take them back out into the market. And you can have an agreement with Close the Gap in that regard, in terms of if your machine is actually or is possible to be refurbished and resold, they work out what's the cost of refurbishing, and when it's sold, it's a shared revenue aspect. But we need bulk. So don't bring one machine, we need from an organization. So big companies that have come in, for example, would be Deloitte, Safaricom, and government institutions. Now, one of the challenges has been because of government procurement process and the aspect of disposal of assets, that then it becomes a challenge. But we are trying to get government to understand what it is that we are doing. We've processed about 15 tons of e-waste, and we have also then employed across board. Someone asked how we're creating employment. So the organization, or Boost, started off in 2019, just before COVID. We started off, I think I was employee number 1 or 2, and as of now, I cannot count how many amongst the partners we are. We have a factory at Jomvu, we have a hub at Ratna Square, and then we are also then, through the incubation, have then created other jobs. Quick run through in terms of then curricular development. We have 8 curriculars that we have developed. We have over 300 youth that we have trained, and then in terms of the business incubated, Lily gave that figure, but just to highlight it again, 224 business incubated, 51 circular ventures are in place, and then direct jobs and indirect jobs created are 241. So in essence, what's my takeout or my pitch to you? Do you have a challenge in regards to an environmental aspect? Come to Boost, we'll help you walk the path to get a solution. Are you looking into training your organization or young people in regards to just equipping them from a soft skills and also technical skills? We are at Ratna Square and we can provide that. Do you have e-waste? Do you have ICT assets that require refurbishing or have gotten to end of life and need to then go be well processed? Find us at Ratna Square. We also ensure that we work with partners, so we've not been doing this alone. So the county government, Comrade, WWF, we've done different aspects and also hand in hand. And also just sitting here at as within the committee is one of our areas in terms of then partnership. And also we've worked with Baustaka. They have a nice big bin that they've situated at our spot. So thank you. That is what it is that we do at Boost, and I'm happy to engage as well as my colleagues, Roslyn and Lily, after this. Asante.
Thank you, Eva and Tim. I think we acknowledge a very interactive session. Gerald wanted to give you a nice clap, I think. So he'll get ready for Gerald's appreciation. Gerald.
I'm trying to be innovative now that Boost are strong on innovation. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Tunaweza wachunia maua. Wachunia maua ya town. Town iko pande gani? Haya, silete hapa.
Asante sana. Collins, you forgot to stand up when it was 10 minutes. Eh? But she was spot on. She took exact time we gave her. So when you see Collins stand up, you know things are not so good. So the next is Albert. He's also coming to present some interesting work again in Mombasa. There's a lot of things going on. And Albert is from Hand in Hand. We have partnered with them since the first day they stepped in Mombasa. So, karibu.
Yes. Thank you. As we wait for the presentation to come, I would want to just also thank the entire team that has organized this. This is the second dialogue, and I was in the first. And I believe the third one will even be greater. And as an organization, we are committed to support, especially the dialogues as our forums, because we are seeing the results. So I want to first start with introducing the organization Hand in Hand. We, as an organization, started off in 2010 in Kenya, but of course there are other hand-in-hand organizations globally, and our overall goal is to fight poverty, and we do that through entrepreneurship, and we focus on targeting the micro, and we aim at 4 areas of success. The first one being survival of the enterprise, resilience at the business level, income for households that are increased, and increase in decision making for women at the household and later the community levels. So that's what we do, empowering communities so that they create sustainable enterprises. We use that kind of approach, which is participatory. We do not prescribe, we facilitate the seeking, identification, and development of solutions along value chains with entrepreneurs themselves. And we have an approach that starts from one point all the way to the market. Maybe you could go to the next one. We have a 4-step model. The 4-step model has components of mobilizing. We start by going and helping groups to form and people to come together. Secondly, we also work with the business training, which is actually 7 modular training. Part of that also leads us to the second part, where we also have value addition and link, and then those are processes that help identify value along value chains. We identify the nodes, we identify the opportunities together, and we even fund so that, or we connect to funding. So I was happy when the Equity man said that they are willing to do that. Then we do a lot of linkage to markets. We've now trained on how do you identify markets, how do you access, and now we've even gone digital in terms of helping them, especially the micro entrepreneurs, to even digitally market their products. At the end of it, as we said, we create enterprises and jobs that are sustainable. So for the waves of change, the project that we are having in Mombasa, it was actually our first in Mombasa County, and Kwale, of course. We are very grateful that in the last 24 months, we've done a lot, because we came in August 2020 during COVID. So we want to see diversified livelihoods, increased incomes among women, men, and youth. And there is also the aspect of being in recycling and waste management. On the second part, we want to also raise awareness. And and practices on waste minimization, separation, reuse, and environmentally sound waste disposal in Mombasa County. And then with third is the goal, objective is enhanced capacity of solid waste management structures. So I don't want to just also assume, but if you look at what we have done, both we have had the Takanimali initiative, and this also has helped us to focus a lot on conservation. But again, that people must change their attitude towards waste as a resource and an opportunity for business. So you can see there what we started with. We went to people, talked to them, and then we trained, we came together with enterprises, and now you can see some of the final products that have now, they're putting money in their pockets. Good. That was about the organization. So I want us now to focus on what we have done, again, under the waves of change as practices around green entrepreneurship. So I don't know how to prompt. You want this way? I learned a few things from Richard and Ebenezer. Good. So as we talk of the dialogue around green entrepreneurship, today we will be focusing on what we see as green entrepreneurship. One, we are implementing solutions. And two, they are addressing environment problems. And we also are promoting social change and ensuring that the environment is not harmed. You can see we have assumed that everybody understands that entrepreneurship involves taking risks, seizing opportunities, and making money sustainably. So regular entrepreneurs or the conventional entrepreneur will focus mostly on profitability, but when you come now to the element of green enterprise, we focus a lot on sustainability. I know we may be familiar with the triple bottom line, where every organization wants to solve a planet problem, a people problem, and a profit problem, which is economical. So the 3 Ps also become part of the green entrepreneur's work. But there's a lot of emphasis on the environment. So non-green will be there, and on this other side you'll find the green ones. From us, and we have seen very many results once we came to and set out here. We have been making art from waste. These are opportunities that were just latent, and now they have come alive. These are products from our members. In terms of artifacts and other things like those, we have also agriculture. Urban agriculture is helping a lot, so that also it reduces the carbon footprint by having people grow their own food, have better health. These are tires that have been used to make pyramid gardens. We make, people also can make their own fences and things like those. And remember, for us as an organization, we are still targeting the micro. And why we target the micro is because we have chosen Africa as a beginning point. Then maybe other organizations can help assess when they get big. Opportunities that we have seen in green entrepreneurship for us is that there is a lot of opportunities for women and even for the youth. And when we provide them with opportunities for either jobs, they actually are able to run, and sometimes because of the limitation of access to resources. Sometimes some of our projects
So let's take 20 minutes only for tea break. Yeah, Collins, I hope this time you'll be watching for the tea break as well. So.
Naitwa Mwanajuma Mfaki kutoka kikundi cha Zaonana Shikadabu, na sisi kwetu taka ni mali.
Kwa majina kamili naitwa Idi Mohamed Eid, ama maarufu naitwa Fuad, na mimi ndiye chairman wa Likoni Waste Recyclers Cooperative Society Limited, ambayo ni cooperative society ambayo imejumuisha vikundi kutoka Likoni sub county, na cooperative society yenyewe tulianzisha 2021 mwezi wa 10, na kufikia mwezi wa pili 2022 tukafull registers, tukapata certificates. Kuwa member lazima kwanza uwe umetoka kwa registers group kwa ground, alafu pili uwe umepitia mafunzo ya hand in hand, na katika group wenyewe lazima katika shughuli zake katika silsili ya kuhusiana na mambo ya takataka ama waste management, miongoni mwa shughuli za katika group ambazo zinafanya on the ground. Hand in hand, mara ya kwanza kupata nao tulikuwa na clean up activities kwa community, ndio tukapata kujuana na hand in hand, wakaja kujintroduce na wao, na wakatuelezea kwa kuna mafunzo fulani wanafundisha wanachama ndani ya miezi 9. Tukaregister na hand in hand kwa wanachama kama washirika wa hand in hand, tukapitia kwa hiyo mafunzo. Ndio baada ya hiyo mafunzo tukaja na idea kama vikundi vyote vya Likoni ambavyo tumepitia kwa mafunzo ya hand in hand kuja na association, na kwa kuwa sote tunahusika na mambo ya waste ama ya takataka, na vile tulipata mafunzo ya kuboresha takataka ama kuadd value kwenye takataka, tukaona ni uzuri kama tutakuwa na association ama cooperative ambayo itahusika na mambo ya takataka. Ndio tukaja na hiyo idea, tukashikamana, tukaunda hiyo cooperative society.
Kwa mambo ambayo tumefaidika katika haya mambo hand in hand, tumefaidika mambo ya kwanza kujiempower sisi kina mama na kina vijana kwa ujumla. Tumefundishwa jinsi ya kujitegemea kibiashara mafunzo tofauti tofauti tumepata, kama kutengeza vifaa fulani, kama ni yogurt, kama ni nini tumefundishwa, ili tupate biashara ndogo ndogo kama vijana wetu ambao wanakaa bure bure mitaani, at least wawe na kitu cha kujisaidia. Na sisi kina mama pia, kuna single parents, kuna widowers pia wanajisaidia kwa sababu ya mambo kama yale ambayo tumefundishwa na hand in hand. Kitu kingine ni kuhusu hizi takataka. Takataka sisi tulikuwa tukiona ni uchafu. Tunachukua vitu tunachoma, hatukujua kama tunachokichoma ni mali ambayo inaweza kusaidia jamii. Vitu kama plastic sisi tulikuwa tukichoma, makaratasi twachoma, lakini kwa sasa tangu tupate mafunzo tulikuwa hatuchomi tena. Tunakuwa sasa tunachagua taka tunazihifadhi, kuna zile tunazotengezea nazo vitu, kuna kama hizo plastiki ambazo tunazipeleka kwa mitambo zinasagwa zinatengenezwa tena plastiki nyingine. Yaani sasa tumeona hizi taka si uchafu, tumeona ni kitu ambacho kinatufaidi sisi wenyewe.
Na baada ya kuwa tumepata hayo mafunzo ya kuongeza thamani kwenye takataka, tukaona kweli kuna haja ya kuwa tupate mahali ambayo itakusaidia kusaidia kuweka hiyo thamani kwenye takataka. Na pale tukashauriana kama tunaweza kupata recycling plants. Kwa shauri kuna takataka nyingine ambayo tunaweza ku-add value bila kupitia kwa recycling plant, kama vile mbolea. Tunaweza kuchukua matakataka ambayo ni organic waste tukaiweka tukapata mbolea. Lakini kuna matakataka mengine kama vile plastiki, makaton ambapo mpaka lazima tupate mashine fulani ambayo itatusaidia ku-add value katika hizo takataka hizo. Ndio katika wale mashaurio tukapata kwamba tunaweza kupata msaada wa kuletea hizo mashine ambayo ni shredding na baling machine. Changamoto kubwa ikawa ni mali ya ardhi. Kama vile tunasema vikundi vyetu bado ni vidogo, havina uwezo wa kupata ardhi, na ardhi ni swala sugu katika upande wa Likoni. Kwa hiyo tukakaa chini na Mombasa County, tukawaomba kama anaweza kutusaidia na ardhi. Tukaandikia mabarua na kutujibu akatukubali kwamba tutawatupatia umiliki wa area ambayo ni Shona dumping site, ambayo ndio ile area ambayo tuko sahihi, ambayo iko chini ya umiliki wa Mombasa County. Wakatupatia makaratasi kwamba wameturuhusu kufanya shughuli zetu za recycling hapa. Na kama vile mnavyoona area yetu vile iko, ni kwamba kulikuwa na quarry activities kwa zinaendelea hapa. Watu walikuwa wanakatakata mawe, kwa ni matimbo, walikuwa ni ardhi ambayo iko tambarare. Kwa hiyo kwa hakuna mjengo unaweza kuendelea. Ikabidi tuje na fikra kama vikundi kupitia kwa nguvu zetu wenyewe tuweze kuweka tambarare hiyo sehemu iko ndio mjengo uweze kuendelea. Ndio shule ambayo inaendelea sasa hii, na shule yenyewe imechukua takriban miezi miwili. Kama cooperative society tungeomba pia kama tutapata msaada kutoka kwa washirika wetu ambao watatusaidia tufanye marketing ya cooperative yetu kwa hiyo mitandao ya kijamii, na tupate pia mafunzo ya vipi tutautumia kuboresha biashara yetu. Ningependa kuwashukuru Hand in Hand kwa ujio wao katika area yetu ya Likoni. Kwa shauri wameweza kutupanua mawazo yetu kuhusu mambo ya takataka, na pia wametupatia ufahamu mwingi kuhusiana na utendaji biashara, ufanyaji biashara. Pia katika ule ufadhili wametusaidia nao. Kwa sasa hivi hatuwezi kusema eti ni wafadhili, tunaita ni washirika. Kwa si wakati unafadhiliwa sana sana wa kuthamini kile kitu wasi rahisi. Au value kile kitu kwa shauri unasema ni cha fulani ndo alituletea. Lakini wakati tunashirikiana na yeye anafanya hili na yeye anafanya hili, lakini msaada ule ametupa ni msaada mkubwa ambao sisi wenyewe pekee tusingeweza. Kuanzia kuform hiyo cooperative mpaka kuja na hizo recycling plant pia hiyo ni msaada mkubwa sana. Tunataka kuwashukuru Hand in Hand, na tunataka kujenga udugu Hand in Hand iwapo watakuwa Mombasa ama itakuwa pengine shughuli zao za Mombasa zimeisha, na kule ambako watakuwa wameenda bado tutakuwa tunashirikiana nao vile vile.
Ongea.
1 2 1 2 micro.
One, two. 1 2.
1
Mic
2
test 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Mic test 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Oh.
1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Microphone testing 1 2 1 2.
Thank you. Gerald, are we giving a better clap for Sarah? I don't know if she can see us. Sarah, can you see us or you can only hear us? Okay. Yeah, then the audience wants to acknowledge your efforts, so Gerald will lead us in this.
And also taking us through on what you are doing in matters of plastic value addition. Team, kindly join me in appreciating Vince.
Asante. Some are used to going to political meetings. They were continuing. So, Sarah, we are going to have one presentation, another 15 minutes like yours, and then we are having a panel discussion. So if you're able to join for the panel discussion at exactly 11:20, you will be welcome. Because members want to interact with you and ask some specific questions to you. All right. Thank you very much. So let us have Henry representing ASMA for the WWF presentation. And I am hoping that we all have at least 2 questions for today's panel. And you've written it down so that I can collect them after Henry finishes.
Good morning. I will represent our Coastal Programs Manager, Asma Awath, and try to showcase what we have done so far as a circular economy initiative in Mombasa and parts of Kwale and Kilifi. So we have a vision for this program. Yeah. Thank you. And we base this program on 3 main pillars. One, the business side. We also have a pillar on cities as well as policy, because we want to use a system approach to deal with the issue of plastic pollution. And this is where we are calling on businesses to be innovative, to double their recovery efforts in terms of trying to put the plastic polymer back to the ecosystem. So you're trying to enhance your recovering effort. And in that way, we'll work towards even closing the loop of plastics getting into ecosystems. Then in terms of cities, we also address city-level waste management, especially with Mombasa. We've been working with the county government Oh, there's a specific position for the presenter. I didn't know. Okay. Sorry for that. So we work directly with Mombasa County in terms of initiatives, the policy frameworks for waste management, so that we foster sustainability as we implement our programs. And then we also showcase best practices elsewhere because of the nature of our organization. We have global partnerships, and some of the cities have reduced. They even have zero waste that goes to the landfills. So we borrow some of those practices and try to share with our cities that our influence is. Then on policy, we are part of the team that is also leading the global negotiations. We had yesterday UNEP mention about the National Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, especially towards the Global Plastic Treaty. So we are also contributing as an organization, and we are calling on accountability through the extended producer responsibility. So that is the current program that we recently got, and we want to implement. So we have a holistic approach towards plastic pollution. You can see we try to minimize the injection of virgin plastics. We want to reduce the entrance of these petrochemicals into our ecosystems, especially the endemic systems. And then through innovation, through recycling, reuse, shifting to sustainable plastics, then we can effectively do the circularity in our economy as far as waste management is concerned. So then we want to concretize commitments and accountability by businesses through even the mentorship programs, innovations, so that people redesign other packaging products from plastics that are environmentally friendly and green. As well as we also, I've talked about this, the issue of innovation and redesigning, especially on packaging materials. We eliminate in totality the single use. And then we also vouch for sector-wide approaches in investments, because I know this sector is capital intensive. So for players that are doing recycling, then we look at how we support them. I'm sure GIL Industries are here. We have Mr. Green. We've, in one way or the other, tried to talk to them and work with them in that sector. And then, of course, for our progress, we also do regular monitoring to monitor change and also look at areas of improvement. So we have 3 programs under this initiative. And we have one we are calling Waste to Value. This is a project funded by the Danish International Development Agency. And we called it Waste to Value with 2 main objectives. One on development and the other one on business. Because previous presentation have shown here that the waste management is primarily being done by the informal waste managers. And there's a lot of work that has to be done in terms of even building that value chain at the very bottom level of it. So we've also tried to do a lot of sensitization, capacity building, even business building sessions. And through this, we want to at least create opportunities for around 500 people. I think so far we have sensitized, identified, and trained more than that. We have around 700 in Mombasa. If we add 200 from Kilifi and similar number in Kwale, then we can go up to 800 or thereabout. Then through that, we also endeavor to create 250 decent jobs. Decent jobs. This is according to our labor laws and even the ILO. So, and part of these decent jobs will be absorbed to our local partners. That is examples of GIL and Mr. Green, because we want them to be absorbed in those sectors formally as decent job seekers. Then through that, we also reduce the environmental impacts from plastic pollution. The second objective, is on business angle, where we want to turn plastic, that is, we just discard and look it as a valueless commodity into value. So, and then of course, strengthen the value chain by even supporting and enhancing processes of the informal waste managers. They have a lot of challenges, they have a lot of operational hitches, so we try to see as an organization, as a program, where then do we come in? And we shall see some of the things that we've been able to do as we proceed. So we not want to look at this because it's basically what we've been doing. So the high-level outcomes of this project is to have decent jobs. We also want to strengthen the value chain and also draw best practices for the value chain, so that we can replicate even to other cities across the coastal region. Our consortium partners are as listed. We work closely with the donor is the Danish International Development Agency. Then we have a global commercial partner, Plastics, in Denmark, who also gives us some of the expertise on how to best deploy this kind of value chain in this town. Then we have our local partners here, local commercial partners, Gill Industries, Mr. Green. We also have Petco Kenya as a PRO. We also work together through the awareness creation platforms. Of course, county government of Mombasa have been very keen and supportive, and then the Association of Manufacturers. So those are the people we work on and work with on a daily basis. Then we have the Extended Producer Responsibility Project that we are calling it the catalyst to a circular economy. And many have said here before that this is the game changer. This is the instrument for a paradigm shift as far as waste management is concerned, because now people will be responsible. Producers, refillers, packaging, importers will now take the responsibility of what they introduced into our economy past the consumer. And the outputs are there for this project. We have both upstream interventions and downstream interventions, because we are working, it's a national project, but domesticated here at the coastal region. But we're also supporting the governments, both county and national government, to effectively develop successful and effective producer responsibility schemes. So having had now the Sustainable Waste Management Act, it's upon the county governments to align either the one they had or draft their own Sustainable Waste Management Acts that align to the national law. And in so doing, we've also partnered with the Ministry of Environment and UNEP to draft a model legislation that will be adopted universally by the counties, so that we don't have different legislations which are not talking to each other and which are not aligning with the national legislation. So that is ongoing in partnership with Minister of Environment and Forestry and as well as UNEP, and we are thankful for that partnership. We are hopeful by December we'll have a model act, and this will go through a vigorous public participation process. I was just discussing with a few of my colleagues over the tea break that we need to even have a session like this and bring the outline of the model act to a dissection session like this, where people can give inputs, we can look at it, is it covering all the issues that we need, then we can subject it to the Council of Governors, and then they can adopt. So that is where we are. We also support development of the EPR guidelines in partnership with KEPSA and also the Ministry of Environment again. and specifically to integrate informal waste managers. Somebody told me not to call them informal, but we want to call them that way so that the problem can be magnified. So, Kainek, I know you. But so that's the spirit. We also want to enhance and build capacity for the PROs. Currently, we have 2 voluntary producer responsibility organizations. That's PETCO and KEPRO. But with the law now, it's not voluntary anymore. The Sustainable Management Act dictates that we have mandatory, that every producer should register to a PRO. So we are seeing a scenario where the PRO might lack some capacity, maybe in terms of technical knowledge on how to drive this. So as an organization, we have seen that, and we are trying to even broaden the scope through exchange programs. We are planning to take a few of representatives from PROs to even countries with effective EPR schemes so that they learn, exchange, and then implement locally. And then, of course, we also document and share best practices. So maybe just to show the nexus between these 3 projects, this is a basic setup of a PRO scheme. And I know we have experts here and practitioners. So you can try to, I've not put everything that should be there, but this is the basic skeleton of how a PRO will work. Because from the producers, they'll be obliged now to pay EPR fees to a PRO. For example, PETCO or KEPRO, according to the production of plastics they do. So I'm not sure whether it's monthly or, but Gazoni can clarify for that. Whether they subscribe, they pay the fees monthly or quarterly or yearly, that can come later. So then the PROs will now contract and pay waste managers. And I'm happy, Kaineka yesterday said that they are already benefiting from the regulations, even before they are nationally adopted. So they pay, and then they also give you targets for you to collect a specific amount. So now, waste operators here are like the recyclers, the fully organized CBOs, waste management cooperatives. So those people will now do the collection work. And then either add value, make sure the plastic is in the economy. And then, of course, we are there as consumers and households who now buy the products and dispose. And of course, you can see the flow. So as a program or as an initiative, we have tried to play in all the areas because we have done a lot of capacity enhancement with the waste operators, especially the CBOs and the cooperatives. We have trained them, we have sensitized them, we have tried to organize them into formal units for recognition, even by the government. And we have also trained them on a responsible business conduct. This we did in partnership with MDF. I was glad to see them here talking about curriculum development. We did one with them, approved by the ILO, and we are very appreciative of that. We've also supported them with personal protective equipment, just to look at their health as they do their work, and then try to enhance their logistics in terms of transport by supporting 3 CBOs with tricycles for mobility within Mombasa, especially at the informal settings where even the county trucks might not be available. In terms of the general public, we also do awareness through media outreaches, as well as organized community cleanups where we pass some of this information, especially the aspect of segregation at source. When it comes to PROs, we're supporting them to also integrate the informal waste managers in their programs and also enhancing their capacity. I'll just say that we are planning to expose them through an exchange program to Germany for their capacity building. Then for the producers, again, we also do industry awareness, especially with the changing laws, changing obligations, work in partnerships with already formed PROs to also educate our industry players. For governments, we also work with them because now government is a moderator as well as the, what do you call it? The enabler of all this setup, of all this scheme. So we make sure that the laws are favorable, the legislations are all inclusive, and then they also monitor the reports from the PROs. Because I think the national repository will be anchored in NEMA, and they'll be monitoring if there is compliance as far as APR is concerned. So this is how the programs interact in that sphere. And of course, we're not working alone. Besides you, we have our partners as well, who also assist us to bring the change that we want. So thank you so much. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Asante, Henry.
Allow me to delegate to comrade Catherine or Jeff. Catherine, kindly you can help us to appreciate WWF for their presentation.
It's still morning, so I have a question before you appreciate, just to jog our minds. Why was the snake hissing? Why does it hiss anyway? Anybody? Because it's insisting. So, and because of that, let's do it again. Because of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Thanks a lot, Henry, for that very informative session. Now, let's have all the presenters here for the panel discussion, starting with Henry, and then Albert, and Eva and Lillian. There's still space. You can sit, both of you, here. And then we assume that Sarah is online. So the way we want to do it today is write the question on a paper. Please use good handwriting. And let us have the person you are directing the question to indicated on the top, and then your name at the bottom after the question. Now, we will use a scientific method to pick those questions to ask, in case there are too many. She will be having all the papers here, and we are going to give her an algorithm that she will use to this kind of value chain. But we are starting from collectors all the way to the people who are doing value addition to the West. And from Boost, you saw a lot of talk on innovation in the circular economy. You saw how business incubation and mentorship is done in the Mombasa area. And they gave us a lot of focus on the youth in their programs. We also learned so much about partnerships from what you're doing. Hand in hand, we get a lot of insight from you in terms of entrepreneurship and decent jobs. And then we also get a lot of information on how you have managed to create over 2,000 jobs in waste management. So it's not dealing with those name calling as such, but it's a decent job in waste management. Then we've also seen how cooperative development has come in and how also capacity development has been done to enable the waste managers. And your intervention has also brought a lot of equipping for the waste handlers. Vince, I don't know if they are online, but you will relate with their hands-on experience with dealing with waste recycling. And you've seen how they have managed to network across 4 major cities in Kenya to be able to collect waste from those cities and take them to the market. So they have actually linked the collectors at community level to the market at a national level. And that's the kind of thing we are trying to achieve. And we have also been shown value addition in terms of how Vince is doing. I know we have other recyclers here who will tell us also how they are doing value addition. We have at least 3. Then WWF, you have given us from the global scale to the local scale. So we are relating, we know we are not doing irrelevant things in Mombasa. And we have also shown us how you are achieving the no plastics in nature and in ecosystems, and how we are also able to intervene in terms of policy, not only at county level, but at national level. Because this focus on EPR is cascading down from the national level, and very soon we shall have it, the legislations at the county level. Of course, we have also shown how we have dealt with waste management policies in solid waste management policies in the counties. And a lot of capacity building we have seen from your work, and empowerment of waste managers in terms of both equipping and preparing them for the market. Just like hand in hand, we have decent jobs and focus on partnership on your presentation. Now, I was playing that music so that you finish writing your questions. So we hope you have written enough questions. Or can I continue playing the music? So we want to have the questions coming through. So the first question, if your question is not here, now that you'll be taking all of them, can you collect them? She'll pass around to pick the questions, and she will be given the formula on how to deal with them. Meanwhile, the questions that are here will go fast. Is Vince online? Okay. We have a question for you from okay, Lucy. Yeah, I can see he's not here. So you're going to read the question.
What is the main challenge, if any, are you experiencing in your operations in Mombasa? That is the first question. And then the second question is, do you plan to upgrade your operations, possibly establish a material recovery center in Mombasa? Sarah, did you hear me? Okay, those are the two questions that Waziri wanted to hear from you. Can I repeat again? Okay.
Thank you. So that question was from someone who has stepped out. So we have another question for you from
Hi, Sarah. So my question is, where are your products sold and marketed? I've seen quite a number of very good products, so we just wanted to know, are they sold in Mombasa, in Nairobi, and how are they marketed? Thank you.
Did you get that question? So there's a question here for you again. Okay, from John. He will read the question to you.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the presentation. You gave us the amount of tonnage that you've collected so far. Would you mind to break it down per month? Like how many tons do you collect per month? And then do you have more plans or initiative to increase the usage of recycled materials? You've shown us a number of products. Is it the end, or you still have plans to increase the stock? And then the last one, what are the challenges of using the recycled materials, probably in terms of quality and volume? Thank you.
Okay, sir, there's one more question, but let us allow you to take the 3 questions, and then we shall come back to you later. Thank you. Okay, there's a question here. Are you breaking or even making any profit in the recycling business and production of products from recycled material? Just one question before you go. How do you deal then with hazardous materials, recyclables? Okay. So thank you. Those were samples of some questions for you. I'll give the panel that was in the same session as you to also give their interventions on the same, and then they'll take up their questions. So in case you're still online, you're welcome, but if you're leaving, then thanks so much for your time. All right. Thank you so much. So we have some questions. I'm sure they're still coming up. So the next set of questions are specifically to Boost. Oh, somebody didn't want to be known, so they didn't write their name. Is there a fee that a startup has to pay for you to work with them, or what would be the procedure of how one can work with Boost? I think this was interested in one of those mentorship and training sessions that you do. Then there's another question. What happens to the e-waste that cannot be refurbished? And then do you have any intentions for solar? So those are two questions in one for Boost.
Yep.
All right, thank you. There is no fee for working or for a startup to come to our program. It's fully subsidized as of now. And I hope that answers the question. So please see me after this. Should you have a startup that you are looking to be incubated, then we will support you for about 12 to 13 weeks. What happens with the e-waste that is not processed? So our partner Close the Gap, they work very closely with EnviroServe, and all the waste is efficiently and well managed, and then EnviroServe does have a process in regards to how they dispose of the waste that is the e-waste that one could be hazardous or that cannot be processed. So there is a due process, and I think they are licensed. Not I think they are licensed to do that as EnviroServe. But at Jomvu, what is done is that the e-waste is collected, and then EnviroServe, who is the partner that is licensed to process e-waste, then comes in and separates the waste and then processed. Is there opportunity to work in solar? I would need to go back and ask about this. But there was an interest, and especially because of all the panels that are either have come to end of life, but I would need to get information from our organization that we work with, so which is Close the Gap. So whoever has asked that question, allow me to get back to you, and please reach out so that then I know who it is, and I'll ask that question to our partner.
Yeah, maybe just as a small contribution also, I'm trying to assist in terms of partnerships. In one of our capacity building sessions with the waste managers, we came across somebody called WE Center, which is Waste Electrical and Electronic Equipment, and I think they have very superb program for electronic waste management, and I think they've already set base in Mombasa. So probably we can share the contacts and we can work with them directly. Thank you.
Let me just mention I'm wearing 3 different hats, so I'm having to wear the Close the Gap hat, MDF hat, and the Crosswise hat. So indeed, Close the Gap does work with WE Center, and actually you were one of their partners when they were establishing. So what they do work together, so indeed, in regards to the whole e-waste management aspect.
Thank you, Eva. We have a question for WWF from Chula, but you'll have to introduce yourself again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wanyonyi. My name is Chula Mogona. I'm from Kodo, East Africa. I have a question to WWF, Henry. As you are presented, among the objectives under the program of transforming plastic waste to value is creating income opportunity for at least 500 people in plastic collection and social enterprise related to plastic. My question is, does it have a timeline, or maybe the entire time when WWF will be working, your objective is to create employment for the 500 people, or you have like after 2 years the target is 200 people or 500 people for them to be employed in that sector? So is there a timeline? That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, yes, of course, we work with finite timelines. So this is a 3-year project. We'll be finalizing the project next year, December. And so the target was for that period. But by the time we come to end of the project, then we could look back and see how many out of the 500 we created actually in the waste management businesses. So we are time bound. Yeah.
Now we have some questions to all the panelists. Who was that asking those questions? To all the panelists. So I'll give the writers to ask the questions.
Thank you. I'm Linda from Hand in Hand. My question goes to all the panelists. We've seen our policies driven to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So in this case, other partners, or most of our partners, would like to reduce. And from the part of the entrepreneurs, their aim is the production and the increase. So now, for the entrepreneurs, what are the strategies to curb the situation in case of a complete reduction of the plastic materials? That is question number 1.
Maybe you can kindly repeat. Kindly repeat.
Okay, to all the panelists, in connection to the policy of the reuse, reduce, and recycle, but I underline and put in a bold the reduction part of it. So we are all advocating for the policy of reduce. Now, for the entrepreneurs, what are the strategies to curb the situation in case of a complete reduction of the plastic materials? And you know the entrepreneurs, their aim is for increased production. That is it.
All right, that's a really good question. However, if we are to go with the research and the studies, as we know, the population in the world continues to increase. Now, as the population increases, one of the things that we are doing is reducing the amount of the virgin material that we have. So if you even go to a point of minerals, gold, all those are reducing. Now, those are existing on the landfills. So as we keep saying, waste is a resource that actually is in the wrong place. Yesterday we got the statistics on how much organic waste is being produced. So there's more organic waste that is existent than is able to be repurposed or regenerated to be fertilizer. In terms of plastic, as of now, we've not even scratched the surface to collect all the plastic that is within the planet, or even just, let's even say, in Mombasa. Now, from our perspective of innovation, the idea is to create new ways of how we can reuse this plastic to come up with new innovation, or to solve solutions, or to solve or to create new products that can be reused. If, for example, you even talk about from an e-waste perspective, or even plastic, from e-waste, there's so much you can mine. There's aspects, I know that you can mine gold, silver, and certain minerals and cobalt from a computer. So I don't think we can completely get all the minerals that we already have, that that we can utilize as of now. Right now, the challenge is what do we do with what is existing and reduce the production. And that's what circularity is about. Reducing the production of virgin plastic or virgin minerals, not going back into our land and extracting it. So what we are looking for, and I think even from a hand-in-hand perspective, is what can we even, and Boost and everyone, what can we do? And even WWF, I know where there's a challenge in regards to plastic. What can we do with the existing plastic that is existing, or that is there on our landfills, that to reproduce or get new products out of it?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with Eva, and maybe just a few thoughts. It's we currently, because of the challenge that we're facing due to the immense plastics in our ecosystem, then we try to push for reduction so that we don't have the excesses that we're having. But I also want to look at an entrepreneur and see then, if we're saying we have sustainable sources of plastics, then how do I come in as a reducer in the ecosystem to also make sense out of recycling? Then am I also supposed to be diverse? Because I don't want to say we cannot completely cut off plastics from our ecosystems, but then how, as an entrepreneur, looking at it from both sides, both the environmental, enthusiastic and also an entrepreneur, then how do I strike balance? It's quite difficult, but we cannot say we have reduced plastics and therefore we don't have business as entrepreneurs. It's not possible as at now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I would also contribute by saying that that is a scenario
which again calls for innovation, continuously looking for solutions that again will address our plastic challenge. Somebody said that never allow a crisis to go unutilized. So every entrepreneur, either in this room or wherever they would be listening to any conversation around the challenges of plastic, usually is also being faced by an opportunity that we can come up with solutions. And this is not just again with entrepreneurs, it also calls for even governments. So it is again our earth. So any solution will still be from us. I have seen people who are now looking for support to start processing bioplastics locally. There are others also who are offering like challenge funds so that people can come and see those solutions that can lead to lower costs, especially for packaging and other inputs that go into products that end up again in polluting the earth. One other component has also, and these are challenges that must be faced, is what we have been calling the planned obsolescence of products, where these days you make a product, it cannot maybe go for more than 3 or 4 years. And it's planned by the people who are making it. So it keeps on meaning that we are making what we cannot use for even very long. And the change, because the ground keeps on shifting. So I would say the dynamism of the kind of world we are living in, the products that are coming in must progressively be made to use alternatives. So my contribution is that yes, even the entrepreneurs themselves will find themselves requiring to move to alternative, let's say, livelihoods other than just the plastics. But it's not something that we can just say this one thing fixes it. It looks for also multiple stakeholders, and it's good that you have thrown that question to all of us, so that we go also thinking about how do we address the issue of people who earn livelihoods out of the value chain of plastics.
So thank you. There is 2 questions for all the panelists. We'll start with you, Albert, and then the others will give their input. I'll ask John to ask the first question, then I'll ask the second question because it's already here. I don't see a name.
Yeah, this is a question to all, especially the recyclers and the private sector. What are your expectations from the national or county government to promote material recovery? Just straight to the point is, what are the weaknesses that is hindered from the government or local side that is hindering you to realize maximum potential? Where do you think the government requires support from the donor community so that you realize maximum potential in waste recovery?
Yeah, so it's directed at recyclers, but the panel will start first. And the second question, which is connected to that, is using the case of the recyclers in Likoni, for example. The main problem is the costs incurred in government charges to bring the material over to the island. I think Kainika's presentation was very clear in that. So how, it's a challenge for PET recyclers. How can the government enable these recyclers and waste entrepreneurs to afford and deliver their materials to either their recycling facilities or the market in a more cost-effective manner? what can you suggest should the county government do? Actually, this question was directed at the county government, but they're not on the panel, so it's you who are going to suggest what the county government can do. So, Albert, you'll try to answer the two questions, and then the rest of the panel will help.
The first one I picked is about the expectations and what would be considering as weaknesses that can be addressed. If you were to, let's say, tell the government that this is what we need, I will not speak maybe for every waste manager, but I would speak from the one who I would say has the softest voice. And what we say is, and this a statement have repeated somewhere, is that the moment somebody wants to do waste business, that is the first time they also are breaking the law, because if the laws, because there are many laws to break. And I would say that it is an initiative that needs to be created where we are progressively reviewing whether the laws and policies are aligning to the overall goal, where, like now, if you want to reduce waste or maybe plastic pollution, and it cannot be done by the government alone, whether at the national level or at the county level, then we just need to assign part of that problem to the many community members who are willing to make livelihoods out of that. And therefore, it means that what you were describing yesterday as genuine public participation takes in the views of those stakeholders at the lowest level, at the middle level, maybe the actors who have bigger enterprises, and even now the government. So the duty bearers do not have the monopoly of making laws. Laws must be made, they must be socialized to a level where people are also contributing. And again, we would say that budgetary allocations are finite. They are not absolutely elastic. So that again gives us an opportunity to say that waste managers wake up for free in the morning. They are not followed by anybody. So some of the departments that are struggling with limited resources, sometimes demotivated staff, oversight, can be, if they enlist the communities of entrepreneurs who are also involved in waste management, they're actually getting a free resource. Solving a problem when aggregated, will still be able to deal with our 1,000 tons a day being collected. So my quick take is that the law and enforcement, the law making, and the law keeping are all things that we should do together. Again, in the spirit of this dialogue, the spirit of cooperation between duty bearers and right holders, and creating opportunities for people who do not need oversight to access those opportunities at their level. I know you have asked also another one, which is about issues of distance. I would want also that one to be addressed by maybe one of the other panelists here.
Thank you, Albert. I also try to share my views on the question on MRFs, expectations of private sector and other partners as far as operationalization of the MRFs is concerned. And I agree with Albert that extensive public participation is paramount, especially when we are having this kind of new facilities being introduced to governments for waste management. I know the sustainable Waste Management Act, the text is very clear that county governments should have MRFs. But I think that by the mere fact that waste is devolved, so they are required to have the necessary infrastructure for them to handle waste by design. But then I've had an interaction with concerned parties, especially the private sector, who are also managing waste. And they say, why then don't we have both private-owned MRFs as well? So that then people don't collect waste, and then they're subjected to some fees for that collection, and then the government again manages the waste at the MRFs. So there's the whole discussion of who should run these MRFs, and then how do we also share the responsibility with the citizens. So I think it's very good when we are drafting some of these legislations. We do extensive public-private partnerships and consultations, so that then we can, because in my view, MRFs are it's like a center of excellence in terms of waste management, if picked as it should be. So maybe the other question was on transportation. In regards to the Likoni cooperative, this may be unique due to the nature of the cooperative where it is, but I'll try to make a general comment on maybe transportation of the low value plastics, especially from the informal waste managers and the low income operators in the value chain. Maybe through the governments can try and see how we come to agreements, either annual agreements, then you waive some fees. You know, we were asked to think like government. It's very difficult, Dr. but we are trying to look at how you task the cooperatives for waste management or CBOs that for this year we'll waive you some of the dues that you owe to us in terms of registration and sales and all that. But then in return, you give us a certain amount of tonnage for PET, for example, if it's not giving you the maximum returns as expected. So, point for that. Thank you.
Dr. I don't want to answer on behalf of government or and the government is seated right here. But what I would say, and we'll go back into terms of who is the government. The government is also us. One, I'll ask, every time there's an engagement between about a government asks us that we participate in the decision making. You could be right next to a school where a forum is being held or within a council office, but we do not attend those meetings. Then when we go into a bigger forum, then we again come back and ask, oh government, what's, you know, the meme that goes around, Serikali Saidia. Now, one of the things at individual level, and I think this has been spoken about even within the Sustainability Act and the new laws, in regards to segregation of our waste, we're all waste managers at our own houses and our facilities. Now, for it to make sense, it needs to come out in bulk. Within your estate, how many of us at least have even asked our neighbors to separate the plastic? Also the food waste, so that then someone else can come and collect. When Waziri, they sent their people to come and collect, that this guy, we've dignified the work for them. That you've put the plastic separate, you've put the food waste separate, you've put the glass separate. That already then changes in regards to the attitude. And if we can then demonstrate a model estate or a model place where this is happening, then it gets the government to be interested in what are these people doing? How can we support, and even the private sector aspect. I know, for example, like Baustaka, you're looking to have a place where, you know, the plastic is already organized, or is it segregated? Because then the food, when plastic comes together with food, then it becomes a challenge, and even with the paper, and even other actors that are placed here. So I throw it back to us. We are the government, one, in terms of participating in the engagements that are being done, contributing in towards the laws, but then breaking down those small tasks to our home within our families. How do we separate our waste? It's doable, and then makes it easier for the people within the value chain at the end to then make money, but also to properly dispose of this waste or resource.
Any more intervention? Okay. Yeah, it's true. We are the government, isn't it? But that doesn't mean that any government representative is free to intervene after the panel has done their discussions. There is a question, actually 3 questions here that are meant for participants, but I'll also again throw them to the panel. They are not government this time. There are questions about the handling of toxic waste or harmful waste materials during the recycling. Especially when you're burning plastic, for example, you are likely to come out with gases that are harmful, dioxins, mercury, and others, which are released when the process of production of recycled materials. So how do you think these recyclers are dealing with it, and are they prepared for how to deal with toxic substances in the process of recycling? So that's the first question. The second question, we put it to Vince, but the question has come back. I think it may have come back from the same person or a different person, but it means that it was not fully addressed. Are we convinced that the recyclers are breaking even, or they are not making any profit? What do you think is happening since this intervention started? Are they really breaking even from the recycling process? Then we have a third question, which is again to government, but I'll put it to the panel. Is there a possibility of us having all these legislations, policies, strategies, that some of them are so nice when you look at, but at the end of the day they are probably in English, and they never get to be understood by the population which they are targeted to in terms of who is it affecting or who is going to implement this. So is it possible that we figure out how to translate some of this into Kiswahili so that we expand the audience? And if so, how can we do that? So I'll let you 3 again answer those 3 questions. And after this, we are going to have one more question for the entire panel. And then I'll ask the recyclers who are in the house to actually respond to these questions after the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Innocent. On the element of hazardous waste, and I would say that it will start still again at the source. Where does the disposal start from the handling? The way we go to hospitals and we find that there are certain ways we segregate waste. To me, that's where it would all begin. And currently, that is not happening. And it is not, again, something we can fix in a day. We know the way we were socialized. We have been lumping all our waste into the same bin. So that element of even labeling and knowing that this is hazardous and should be segregated as such is something that we can begin. And sometimes I would say even from the family. Then even before you know, there is the community, even in our churches and mosques, the educational institutions. That is a way of just creating awareness and again trying to have habits that promote understanding that classification of waste, even by their toxicity, is so essential. And then it becomes a basic skill and knowledge level. My quick take is that this is something and is a space for opportunity, especially for the civil society, and we can work also into that space. We used to have a program that was forming eco clubs in schools, and we could realize a lot of change, both in the behavior of the students, and again the other accolades that we got was from the leaders, the school heads, saying that the discipline of the students who were in those clubs was much higher because they were aware of the problem. That is my contribution on that one. The second question of breaking even, I have listened to testimonies of entrepreneurs who say they have broken even. I have listened to that, and but they also say that they have other advantages that help them to do that. So it's good to understand along which node of the value chain you are playing, and what you sometimes could be getting for free is very costly to another entrepreneur elsewhere in the same enterprise. So understanding your business and counting your profits and your costs every day is necessary. Otherwise, you'll be in that wild goose chase. So it's both a yes and a no, depending again on the entrepreneur's advantages and maybe also the scale. If you have a bigger scale and you have a lot of people who are giving you inputs and they are taking all the risks for you, especially at the downstream, then you might be also be breaking even. So I have listened to those stories various times, and there are those who do and there are those who don't, and it calls for a change of strategy every time you realize that you're not breaking even. Then finally, the issue of our laws. I would still focus a lot on how do you make laws that address problems, not create problems. Because the objective of any law should not be to annihilate the lawbreaker. It should actually be to encourage them to keep it. So there is law keeping, there is law making, there is law enforcement, but above all for us, all of us must keep laws, whether we are government or individual entrepreneurs, whether we are associations, whatever it is in terms of citizenship, corporate or individual. I think laws are given relevance by the way they are able to be applied by everybody consistently. So if we find some of them are not serving us, then it's good to go again through the same process that created them, to make them realize their overall objective of decency, order, and they're giving human benefit of living together.
Yeah, thank you so much, Albert. I also want to contribute, and I think Albert has tackled on the issue of segregation, looking at the source of waste in terms of the health implications of some of the materials that our recyclers and waste managers expose themselves to. So I think even as an organization, we have also tried to look at the health of the people we are directly working with, and we sometimes sympathize with them because the precarious conditions we keep on talking, that sometimes you find women and even kids in burning situations at the dump sites, and then you wonder whether these people are breathing in the first place. So it's a call for a lot of awareness, a lot of commitment. We also think we need some legislation at that point, whether we need to fence our open dump sites. I know our laws sometimes are punitive. We say we want to close them, but then we don't have an alternative when we close them. So before we close, can we also restrict entrance so that it's better we can man who is getting in and out, and then it's easier to manage their health. The other thing is also on hours of exposure to these materials. So how many hours are these recyclers getting into contact with some of these materials that are hazardous to their health? So we would also call for either technology, even in terms of recycling, so that we are not continuously exposed to either touching some of the things. So we can explore technology in our recycling systems as we try to have full gears when we are recycling. Personal protective equipment is very essential for such, because we are dealing with hazardous waste. For those of us dealing with hazardous waste, that's it. In terms of breaking even, I would say also I have seen people break even, but I think the recyclers would tell us more on this. We could say we have experienced because we were told by people, but it's good for them to tell us whether they are really breaking even. But for my thinking, it depends with the scale you are in and the level of the value chain. Because Kaineka told us you can make money from any stage of the value chain. So again, your economics will tell you whether you're breaking even. We've seen companies come to Mombasa, for example, and close for recycling. Yeah, because of maybe some other factors. Probably we cannot say it's general to all of us. So maybe I would suggest the recyclers would expound more on that in terms of breaking even. For socialization of our legislation, I think it's very important for you to speak to your direct client, and the only way to do that is to talk their language. As WWF, we've tried to even translate some of our training materials to Swahili, so that we can have a one-on-one, be at the same level when we even try to look things to do EPR. EPR is very complex. Some terminologies, Kaineka was talking here about LDPE, those fractions of plastics. Those are jargons to some people. But when you just explain them and you give that handbook in Swahili, they even have some interest to go and look at it even after you're gone. So I think we can work towards translating, especially the most important legislations that we want to have impact, especially on segregation at households. I know Mombasa has the 2-bin system in their Solid Waste Management Act, where we're separating wet and dry, but we could go further and have even hazardous and non-hazardous, but that is also limited to the source. So maybe for the hospitals, we can encourage them to have more than 2 bins based on the waste that is prevalent in the ecosystem. Yeah, thank you.
I'll attempt to address the last question in regards to making laws and policies palatable, or ways that the local Mwananchi can understand. Now, one of the things that we do is to break down policy or hard things to simple formats. So for example, the exercise we did in the morning, if I told you we were trying to address aspect of environment, social and governance, which is the whole aspect of ESG, that it would have been theoretical at that moment, but doing an exercise then makes it easy. Now, when we talk about innovation, sometimes we think we need to create something new, or we need to build something that is that you can hold, or physical. Now, I am open to discuss in terms of how can we even make it a game in regards to certain laws. We've discussed yesterday, early morning, we had a good discussion with WWF online in regards to EPR. We did it through a podcast, and we're looking to translate it to Kiswahili. But over and above that, can anyone here willing to join hands with us to make a game, or to, if it's an act or a play or something, that when you go to the community, because then that's innovation. What else can we do? I'm saying game because it's the thing that has come quickly to me. But what else can we do so that when you go to a person, because it's not just Kiswahili, even for us, I do not have the whole day to read a whole policy or a whole legal document. But I could probably read 2-3 chapters and then make it easy for the waste manager to understand that from a decent work aspect, that their employer is supposed to give them gloves or masks, and we make it into something that they will understand in Kiswahili, Kikuyu, whatever. What I'm trying to say is that there is opportunity along those different lines in regards to innovation or in terms of business, and I think that's how I could address that aspect of how do we break down the laws and the policies to ways that people can understand.
And just to speak from where Eva has left, one of the complexities we found in training the micro entrepreneurs was in insurance, until we found a game they could play. And we translated it to both for the urban and for the rural through the person who had invented the game, and now they are playing it. And now what we are monitoring is the uptick of insurance after the gamification, because they are likely now it increases awareness and takes you closer and closer to business decision. Also, we are asking the insurance companies to get feedback out of those plays, so that they don't just now roll out policies that are in their minds, but more that reflect the kind of needs expressed and the reflections of the people they are targeting, because we had seen that it was a contribution to resilience if these people could transfer their risks to other institutions that are in the business of receiving risks in exchange for premiums.
The extended producer responsibility in Swahili, it's called kuongezwa kwa jukumu la mzalishaji. EPR in Swahili, kuongezwa kwa jukumu la mzalishaji. Thank you. Mzalishaji, producer.
That was a very interesting discussion from the panel. And I think the one who asked about translation has even got more than they expected, including the word for EPR. We went to teach fishermen with a proper Kiswahili, and they were asking, what does that mean? Then we had to teach them in English for them to understand. So there's one more question for the panel, but there are 3 recyclers here. There is Jill, there is Mr. Green, there is, Kainika is here, and Dennis is here as well. So please respond to those things after the last question from Alex for the panel.
Good morning, everyone. I think from listening to all the presentations that we had yesterday, today, it looks like Mombasa County is a very good case study of what is happening with respect to recycling, separating, sorting. I mean, its waste management looks like it's in good hands. However, if we get out there, what we see is different. Visual, what we will see out there is different from what we are talking about in this hotel. Here, we are painting a rosy picture. Let's go to the beach. It's full of plastic. Let's go to the high density areas where we live. There's pollution, there's plastic all over the place. So how do we deal with the issues of legacy plastic pollution that are in the environment? How do we take them away so that Mombasa, I think, is also a very touristic place, which is business. I mean, we want to get a lot of tourists coming, do good business, and everybody benefits from it. How do we remove this scourge, visual acuity of the legacy pollution of plastic? Thank you.
I think that was a comment, and we can also comment that yes, we agree. You see, we can only speak within our sphere of influence, and what we are as WWF we can do. And then when we come here, we can now concert that effort. So we really need to do a lot and bring almost everybody on deck, including the residential households associations, the hotel associations, all the people that are in these neighborhoods, so that the awareness starts there, so that our small interventions do not just brush off when now it rains and Mtopanga is flooded, and all the waste from it's comes all the way to Pirates, and then it's a total mess. So we need to have a strategy of bringing everybody on deck, and we agree. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe you've put it very well. It's our challenge. It's everybody's challenge. It is actually what we do out of here that makes the real difference. So I think our takeaways must first and foremost be personal. That I will stop doing this, I'll start doing this, and I'll do this by this time. If there are issues of resources that we need, we will still continue to see what level of resources we can gather. But from waste making to waste collection and management, all those things, for me, they have a personal element. And who takes care of our houses? It's ourselves. Who takes care of the place next to our house? So, like at one time we had said, what is the engagement of the community? What is the involvement of the individuals in communities? And these are the same people who are entrepreneurs owning companies. So it is, for me, a citizen's responsibility and everybody's responsibility. And then we see how well we can simplify the steps that we will take from here and allocate resources, because again, we must put our money where our mouth is. And if we don't do that, and then we actually must also face a lot of exacting feedback, because feedback actually sharpens us to the realities of whether what we have said and we have done is bearing any fruits. And we should not only listen to those people who tell us the things we want to hear. Let us also listen to those people who are a form of critical feedback. So if it's not working, then we re-strategize. We go back again, because this world is ours, and hatutoki hapa.
Okay, thank you. I think, Alex, you touched a live wire. On ICC Day, we were all very busy cleaning the beaches. I hope your comment did not come after you walked down the beach down there. But if it did, then we need to ask ourselves, is those cleanups effective? for sustainable, clean environment? That's one question we need to be thinking about, really. Because I know Jomo Kenyatta Beach, Jerop is not here, but they have a beach management program which do not work only on the cleanup days. So they do that every other day, and so on. So I know we are already past the time by 5 minutes, but I think it's important to have a response from the waste managers, at least the ones who are here, and then I'll give them a total of 5 minutes to give response to the concerns that have come up, and then after that, each one of you will have 1 minute to give us a parting shot. So to open the ground for the waste managers, Albert, can you allow them to discuss here?
I think I wouldn't really say this one is a question, but it's a challenge that helps the waste managers and I think all of us to see the entire process from a different perspective. Now, given what our panel has given us, I just want to bring it back to us this way. One, picking from our first workshop on plastics, which was in Diani, one of the presentations we had was on plastics-free ecosystem. So looking at what we are doing right now is basically moving forward from where we left. And I want to just pick 3 critical items that we can work with. So it's not a question, it's just throwing the challenge to our teams. And I'm talking as a technical working group member as well. So the first one is we've actually been told to professionalize these particular ventures that we're involved in to make it a good livelihood venture. One of the ways that we need to look at, starting from the collection point, is PPEs. Remember, it's all about health, isn't it? So I'm just helping also to respond to issues of health and throw the challenge back to you. Health. So we need to look at PPEs. These are personal protective equipments. And in this case, actually, it is your own objective that you also safeguard your own health. We have policies that have been acted. I mean, there are a lot of regulations around health and safety issues. For example, OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Act, gives you all the information that you need. So you need to have a moment to look at what does it say and how do I protect myself. And the item number 2, but just to emphasize, when you equip yourself well with personal protective equipment, we are talking about things like helmets, masks, for example, gas masks, if you are burning plastics and so forth. You need to make it work for you so that you appear also professional. So it's not just professional because the policy is there. It's not just professional because it gives you a livelihood. It's also professional because you are doing it following specific guidelines that ensure that your health is safeguarded. Number 2 is the gases in the atmosphere. Now, where burning of plastics is involved, there are a lot of things that are happening. Now, we have so many gases that come out when fire meets plastics. The plastics that we actually pick from the systems that we eventually want to convert into other products. There are many gases, but I'll just give you maybe an example of what really happens. Gases called dioxins. These are actually toxic gases. So when you burn plastics as part of your process to produce different products, which will help us to remove the plastics from our environment, you have physically removed the plastics from the environment, but you have now introduced chemicals in your environment, which eventually you're going to breathe yourself. So we want to make sure that, and all these things are guided, the policies are there, so all you need to do is just, as you drive that process, are you conscious of these things? And the other gas that is also very, very interesting to know, it's a bit technical, but still you'll need to slowly get to learn them, is called polychlorinated biphenyls. Now, these are, let's call them funny terminologies for now, but these are chemicals that are also toxic. and they are released when you burn plastics. So again, the challenge is, as we think of producing products at the end of the line, we also need to start thinking, we do not necessarily have to stop but minimize the burning as part of your innovation. So if there are any other ways that you can think about converting the plastics into a different product where fire and plastic are avoided as much as possible, it is also a good thing, because you'll not just be dealing with the physical perspective of what we can see in the environment, but also what we cannot see but comes back to pollute the environment. And the last one, the third one is called furans. Furans, you can actually get to know about these gases in many more dialogues that we're going to have. Now, furans, they are very interesting gases. They are colorless. You cannot see. So you burn a plastic, you don't see the gas coming out, but it's already in the air and is also toxic. And it affects you in one way or the other. Now, the biggest challenge that we have with some of these gases is that they affect plants, they affect humans, and they affect other animals. Now, the interesting part about other animals is that these gases are trapped in the fatty tissues of animals, which humans eventually eat. So what are we saying? We are saying you have not escaped. You may not have taken it directly, but as long as the animal has taken it, you will eat the animal, because the gases are trapped in the fatty tissues of the animals and the fatty products that come from animals, and we consume them, and we end up being affected. So I'm just throwing the challenge that we are conscious, because we are now professionalizing this particular activity. Now, the last item, so I had 3 items: PPEs, the gases, and the last one is microplastics. Now, as you collect the plastics, removing them from the environment physically, and let's say you've already done good work by having all the PPEs, and you are now going to process them, and you start shredding them. You start breaking them, as we've seen in the processes, which is a process towards getting a different product. You also create microplastics. So these plastics eventually comes alive to the dialogue we had in Diani, saying one of our key responsibilities also, especially in making this county a sustainable city, is also to see how do we reduce the amount of microplastics that appear on land through our human processes and end up in the ocean, and then the fish ends up eating them, and then we end up eating the fish. So again, we are taking a continuation of a challenge from the meeting we had in Diani, so that as we professionalize this whole process for entrepreneurship purposes and livelihood improvements, we also become alive to the challenges that come with it. Now, in most cases, when you solve a problem, there is another problem that emerges, and for you to be professional, you must be alive to that challenge that is emerging, and again, continuously challenge yourself on your mind thinking, your innovation and creativity, and work with the institutions that have the knowledge to help you move it from one level to the other. And at the end of the day, we will be a fast-growing system, but with a systems thinking. So, these may not have a straight answer, but is the challenge to all of us. And I think this is where we all become alive, just to learn from each other and see who can help where, and how can we get this information, and how does it impact our thinking process, so that the solutions we get can be called sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. I think the challenge was actually to all of us rather than the recyclers. So the recyclers, we have 2 interventions. I think Jill Plastic will give us the first one. Mr. Green will give us the second, and then we'll close. Or Dennis, you have one. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm not good in speaking in public, but I will try. Yeah, it was that second question about breaking even. That in plastic recycling process, there is a lot of process going on that we cannot jump the process. That it spoil like that it the quality of the final product, that we don't want to compromise our product or quality. Whereas when we recycle, there are some process, for example extruding, and it has a right temperature so that plastic can melt, not to burn or boil. It's a melting process where it has a temperature so that the polymers can stick together to form a different product or application, which all the plastics and polymers, it has its own density that cannot be mixed. One, if for example it has mixed with some other polymers, is completely like it no longer be recycled again. So the processing of plastic is not that much easy that we think it is easy, but it has a lot of processes that we need to follow in as per recycling of plastics. Thank you. Sorry, my name is Arvind, Jill Industry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I won't go back to breaking even because Jill has already talked about it, and I think it cuts across. There's quite a lot of cost that is coming in for this, the recyclers, but we are yet to get out of the woods. I would go straight to a question that was asked about what would propose the county government to assist the recyclers. I think it has been noted even from yesterday that we need a formulation of better laws, more friendly, because of the cost that we undertake in their production. The laws are not friendly. The cess, also the other bills that we have to cater as recyclers, they are quite high for us even to get anywhere near breaking even. I would also request that in our thoughts during this dialogue, plus also the recyclers, there is a lot of curtail into the plastic business. So much that there is no way that we can even break even. I would want to request if somehow, some way, we would get the prices regulated, but I want to believe now or by the time the EPR is implemented, somehow, some way, they will get regulated. But then again, it's a thought that we need to take from the dialogue. Another thing I would want to bring to the attention of this dialogue, something that is happening on ground. We have a lot of gender-based violence that is happening in our dump sites. Women are being attacked. Children are also working in our plastic industries. So I think this is also another take-home message that we need to take away with. For the hazardous waste, we don't deal with hazardous waste for Mr. Green in particular. I think I'm done.
Thank you. No, I'm confusing people. I call you Mr. Green, but you're definitely not Mr. So tell us your name.
On a lighter note, Mrs. Green would do. Catherine Musyoki.
Mine is going to be very short. An issue of break-even is very high accounting, very high accounting. And if you say that all players in plastic, a collector, for example, when we use the word break-even, how does he break even? A person who goes around to collect plastic, sells it to somebody else. how is the calculation of break-even? And when we define break-even, the finance man is there. How now do we get to the break-even? One. Two, just like Hand in Hand said, we are at different levels, and therefore the calculations for break-even are completely different from one person to another, or from one level to another. The man who is, for example, Vince, his break-even is a completely different calculation from somebody who is doing shredding alone. So it is a very diverse discussion to ask about break-even. It can be founded and it cannot be found. We have some of us who are players in the field and they are using donning money. They wrote a proposal and they were funded money, 2 million, 10 million. How do you calculate his break-even when he is using funding money? Another person is getting the EPR. Whatever he has spent, he has given. And he got a profit out of it. How is the calculation of break-even? So I don't know, the person who asked this question used what tariffs, but to my understanding is a very tricky thing. I would want to respond to the JICA man who asked a very simple and straight question. Where do you have the weaknesses that you want Mombasa County be supported in the issue of recycling? I think in the answers I had, they were a bit round, unless I didn't hear well. But two things, brother. One, support to the players of plastics solutions in Mombasa. Reasons one, plastics machines and especially plastic machines are very expensive. If I want to buy an extruder, it will go up to almost 10 million. That's a minimal machine. And it's that extruder that will bring solutions. Without extruder, there is no solution. We will rotate around, we'll bring everybody, come bring all the English. You know, we are very good at English. But at the end of the day, there is no solution. We must have an extruder. If it is not there, we transport Nairobi. And with the petrol now, diesel, we are being charged over 50,000 to transport 10 tons to Nairobi. So, what are we saying? The costs of machinery in plastic industry is very expensive, and that the players who are involved in it, maybe 1 or 2% can sustain or can grow because of that reason. And if there is a way JICA can look at it on that line and say, okay, now let's even talk about circular economy, and people crying that everything that comes from Mombasa again goes to Nairobi. JICA, I request that you think along that line, that how now do we support this very expensive machinery can come to Mombasa and the neighboring counties, starting from Makueni coming back, other than going to Nairobi. Infrastructure. 2, capacity building. And capacity building will come in 2 ways also. 1, direct players, and 2, the policy makers. If the policy makers make law that is not very favorable, even you bring your machine will not work. Even I try to bring up my machine, it will not work because the policy and the machine, they are not talking to one another. Yeah? So those are my 2 concerns. I'm sorry. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Jill, Mr. Green, and Deborah Roman deserve a better clap. The kind of Gerald clap. So, Gerald, which one this time? We can have one from you want to give us bows? Okay. You can repeat the earlier one, don't worry. Okay. And now there are burning questions. I saw people fidgeting, but we really need that lunch. So we'll give our panel their 1 minute, and we will give government representatives a chance to go and take their recommendations to their representative to do that during the closing session. And the rest of you, please catch up with whoever you want to ask at lunchtime. Alex, are you going to die? Please, we are recording. Please giving the microphone.
Thank you. Most of the challenges that are coming out here can be solved. We have the bank that just told you they are prepared to fund you. Come with ideas. But what we need to know from the bank, do you need collateral? What do people need to come to you with for you to give them the funds to actualize what they want to do?
Thank you. Oh. It looks like there was an expectation that the bank would respond. Maybe I should ask Dr. Innocent whether he can allow the bank to speak.
I have not seen anyone dozing, but I've seen someone hungry. So I'll ask, luckily the banker shares my name, so I'll ask him to be very brief, but we have no relation.
Good afternoon. During the presentation that we made yesterday, I was making a case for commercializing waste management. Commercializing waste management means we coming in as entrepreneurs to fund ideas that are profitable. Profitable in the sense that the projects that you're coming in can be able to generate sufficient income to service a loan. Because when the bank comes in, it's financing, it's not funding, it's financing for repayment. Okay? So, as far as the kind of loans and collateral requirements is concerned, it's varied. And I wouldn't go into that at this moment. What I would want to say at this moment is we will be funding viable projects in waste management. As to how much we'll be funding and as to what collateral you'll require, then it will be dependent from one project to the other, from one entrepreneur to the other. So I wouldn't want to give a blanket commitment, but yes, come let's have a discussion. It's something that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for having given us a chance to be in the panel. I have concluded that out of this discussion, we have our own stakes. And I'm assuming that as government, they want revenue, they want order. As people, we want enjoyment of life. As businesses, we want profits, even as we all look at the sustainability of all the things that we are doing. So I would be very glad, as I said somewhere back, that our individual actions based on the choices that we are going still to make and based on the information and knowledge that we are gathering will make that difference. I would also say that we should also come out with networks that will continue to be engagement points after this. So thank you very much for allowing us to have this second dialogue. As I said, the third dialogue, we should start with a scorecard on how far we've gone and the many things that came out of this dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, mine is also to thank each and every one of you for giving this platform for us to showcase what we've done and also participate and direct the discussion. So, as Albert has said, I also want to encourage us to continue doing what we're doing and try to forge the networks, because I think we can do more collectively as opposed to, you know, in silos. So I want to appreciate the opportunity and the works that we are doing. So we hope the third dialogue would have a different format and more of tracking the milestones that we'll have covered. I know Waziri promised that the county doesn't have a database for the number of people doing waste and such kind of enterprises arising from. So from our different organizations, we might have some data. So then we could think of how we coalesce all that data into central repository, maybe housed by the county. You know, I'm just throwing some insights. Then come next year, we can look at how far we are in terms of that. Thank you so much.
I think my two colleagues have wrapped it up very well, so I will not add on to that. Indeed, we are all, at our individual capacities, have a responsibility, and we all have an interest, whether personal or whether organizational based. And I consider it from a value chain. Each of us can play a role in our spheres of influence. So the challenge, as I always throw back, is for us to go back and implement what it is that we're supposed to implement, but then the aspect of then the partnership is critical, because then we cannot do it alone. And the integrating our different strengths then to make Mombasa plastic free. We are told to dream big, so a plastic free but or innovative city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our panelists. As part of government, it was interesting to hear your let me say, is it your take home, Mama, your basket or your request, whichever it was. I'm saying that because we have a new government in place, and they have their different priorities, which we are still yet to be told what they are. But of course, we've been hearing through the clips in WhatsApp. I don't know whether that's still legal, but the interest of the new government is probably to outsource the services. And therefore, I think that it will be imperative for us to probably find a way of getting to the new government before they outsource the services, because I know so many of us here have different interests, and when we bring all our different interests into this matter, the new government will be able to listen and probably even change their focus and understand that there are ways of doing the same thing we can do something differently, but in a way that can still make them achieve their dream of making Mombasa clean. So my humble appeal is that we have provided the platform as a technical working group, but you also have, I don't want to call it a responsibility, but you can also assist us in lobbying just for a meeting with our deputy governor or our governor, so that we can also tell them these things that we are sharing here. I am in government. I can't go and tell my deputy governor I want to see you and tell you this. Waziri can, but up to a certain level. But you, as the let me call you as the wananchi, you are the voters. You are the ones carrying, the votes that they need. Can be able to use this platform to talk to them and make them see things in the way we want them to see. I'm not saying that the way they have planned it is bad, because they've not shared the full, they've not rolled out their plans for us, but we've heard the small clips, and it is probably a good idea, but we can make it better. We can all make it better. You've talked of the cess. I know when I was growing up, government was cheap. The services used to be so cheap such that everybody would just pay without even being forced to. Why? Because they made it so easy for people to do business. Maybe they do not understand the importance of reducing the cost of the cess so that we can also be able to do that business. At one point, I used to also be in the environment, and the one thing I used to see was that the youth groups are really working so hard to collect the garbage, and my thought was, why don't we give them an area and make sure that everybody pays in that area, and then they do a small CSR for us so that they collect. When, for example, I give them this space, then the additional space that is supposed to be collected by the county, they also collect. So it becomes like, I've given you this space, you're collecting money from wananchi, like they charge them 200 shillings, and then this remaining space is for the county, you also collect for the county, and we make sure that when you dispose that waste in our truck, then we don't charge you anything. But of course, the county needed money, so that was not going to work very well. So I believe that the team that is here can be able to support Waziri, and you can bring out your voice and get us that meeting. In our department, there is something we usually say, that even the sweeper can get you to see the governor. Why? That governor could be the relative, and that person is just a sweeper in that office. So you use all available resources, whether human or whichever way you can do it. Just go, just get someone to assist you. Right now, it's called a what? There's a team that has been formed. And in that team that has been formed to go and look out in matters regarding health, there are people called community health volunteers. These community health volunteers are not really health workers, but they've been trained to manage health in the households, down in the households. They manage 20 households. So we train them about health. We explain to them the different, we call them cardinal signs that they need to look out for. And then when they see a person having the same signs, they can be able to refer that person to the facility. So the community health volunteer is not a health worker, but has been trained to manage small things. They cannot give drugs, but they can be able to refer patients. So this community health volunteer, we realized, if the governor has recognized these 6 community health volunteers, why don't we teach them things about health that we would want them to go and articulate to the governor? Because I've not been given that opportunity, but she's been given that opportunity, or he's been given that opportunity. Why don't I teach that community health volunteer to go and say what I would wish the governor to hear? So don't look at who is who. Just go and pick whoever has been chosen. Anybody who can be able to reach the governor or the deputy governor, get us there so that we can articulate all these issues that we've raised here. And trust me, things can work out well. So I'm throwing the ball back to you, so that you also assist us in getting to our leadership. And we are here. We will talk, and we will give you opportunity to speak. And I believe there are very many people here who can be able to articulate these issues very well and get our bosses to hear. That is just my take as Lucy Nyambura. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now it's time for us. We need to appreciate our sorry. We need to appreciate them, but today I'm the one who's going to appreciate them. So I'm going to teach you how we are going to go about it, and then you follow what I do, sir. I want us to, I'm told there are people when they're so happy, they do. And when they're doing that, they also touch their chest, right? So now we're going to direct one hand towards them, and then you're going to put one here, and then you're going to say, when I say wafewe, you give one clap. And because there are three, we're going to do it 3 times. So this is how we're going to do it. So you do wafewe, then wafewe, then the third one, okay? That was an emo. Now we're doing it nicely. Okay, now let's go. Well, yours is to receive. Yours is to receive, right? Yeah, you receive. It's like you're giving it back. You receive. Okay, let's go. Wapewe. Wapewe. Yatatu. Wapewe. Thank you very much. Dr. Innocent also felt like I was not really remembering him. So we are going to give him a mighty, mighty one. So. So, before we go for lunch, kindly go to Jemima. She'll give you a meal card, which will go with it to the hotel so that you can get your drinks and also your food. Number 2, in the afternoon, we are going to have the exhibitors put their stuff on the tables. So I kindly request that we pack our stuff, and then we'll have probably one table where we'll put our stuff and let the exhibitors use these tables. So pack everything that belongs to you, and we'll find, I think we can use this table. You keep your stuff here, and then we leave the exhibitors, or we can even have double. We can have that side and this table to keep our stuff, and then the exhibitors can be able to use the other one. I think that is it. And then after the exhibition, we'll come back for a little longer. We'll just sit wherever we are, and then for a way forward, and then we have a closing remark from Waziri, and then we finish. So I want to appreciate all of you for coming back a second day. And I think after lunch, we'll now come and discuss about the logistics. I'm sorry we took a while. It's only that we started off and we didn't have time to probably discuss about it, but I believe we'll be able to discuss about logistics in the afternoon when you come back. So, and then if Vizuri, have a beautiful lunch, enjoy your lunch. When you come back, tell me how you felt taking that lunch. So the organizing team, kindly for just 5 minutes, I request that we meet again and finalize on our discussion yesterday before we go for lunch. Hope that's okay. Aya.
you.